Hello, good evening, and good morning in your time. Hello, everybody in the world today, and how is everybody in the world tonight? Okay, so January 18, 2024, 9 p.m. local time. And how's everyone? And I would like to shout out to my members who's still on my membership join button. And for those not yet members, so feel free to join on my membership join button. And I would like also to shout out for those send donation. Thank you so much, guys. And our subject for tonight is men and women. What can you bring to the table? So I'm talking about the relationship, okay? So what can you bring on the table? So it's all about relationship, okay? Whether you're boyfriend or girlfriend or husband and wife. But the main thing it's more on boyfriend and girlfriend. So I'm gonna just this is open discussion, for those wants to share your opinion and share your experience. Feel free, to join on my live streaming. So the link it's there. So anytime you can click on. And by the way, guys, a while ago I watched news that there's a lot of glutathione, for those uh obsessed about making your skin white. Okay, guys, take note. Some glutathione um uh is not licensed because they shows on the news, and some license, to use, because actually the glutathione it's for for the treatment of cancer. And the side effect that the you become white because of melanin. So some, especially for those dual injection, make sure that the glutathione that that you inject in your body is registered, because there's a lot of glutathione that is not yet BFAD approved, okay, and not registered. So, and I heard the news that and also the stem cell therapy. So you have to be careful about that. Just go on the legit and registered hospital that they're doing stem cell therapy. But I just watched that in news. So for those people that not really into that, be aware of that, because this is what I notice about Filipino women. They're very invade to become, to change the skin color, because in Filipino mindset, the more you lighter skin, the more you in the society. So it don't really shows that love your own or love your original skin color. We don't think that way. That's why you can notice about on the commercial, there's a lot of whitening lotion, whitening face cream, whitening bath soap, and you cannot see model that the real Filipina color. Okay, so I hope that they're gonna change that, because here's the when I watch the news, there's a woman that she been through a lot of some before. They just they just peel that they take the glutathione thing, and now you can inject. Okay, so she said that she been using that for many years, and then she has confidence in herself because her skin starts to lighten. But it's uh, it's the way of your thinking. My God. Hi, Bob. Good morning. Thank you for coming. So I don't really understand, because before I was so um, shy that I don't really want to to socialite with with other people because of my skin color. So I realized that that my skin color was the best skin color of all time, because this is what I noticed about like in West, some women they put some oil, okay, especially if it's summer, okay, they put on their skin and go to on the sunbathing to make their skin what do you call that, tanning, or tan color. So I don't really understand, because black or morena is beautiful. So that's what that's what I look on the thing that, because no matter what they said that if you're gonna take this is safe. Yeah, that's safe, because your immune system, your body system, it's still strong enough to fight for that. Okay, and the side effect, it will it will come out once you start getting older, and your immune system starts to weak. So at now, okay, of course, because that's part of their that's part of their business. Nobody will take you the side effect. Everything that they're gonna tell you is the good side, but they don't really tell the side effect of that. It's just like, it reminds me that before, I'm not really into taking about multivitamins, okay, any types of vitamins. And then once the COVID thing, so I have to go on the the alternative multi alternative capsule, or whatever you call that, that use it's made of natural. So I've been like the turmeric capsule. At first, the the turmeric is it's very healthy, because antioxidant, in anti, that's good for for cancer. And I found out that, wait a minute, after a couple of months, okay, the side effect, it's getting at first month, I feel I always feel energetic. And when it comes to vowel movement, I do that regular, even though until now. So that time I do twice, but now I'm still on the regular bowel movement. But the side effect, oh my God, I always I feel hot, that's what do you call that, hot flashes. And I stopped that, okay, and I don't feel hot flashes, even though the air condition is high, and then there's electric fan. So Frank complained about that. You gonna kill me, he said to me that I'm gonna kill him, because it's too cold, and do air conditioning is not really good for our for our health. So when I stopped that, yeah, my body starts to normalize. And that's one thing also that I mentioned about, some Filipino men and women, they're very invasive to make their skin color white. So they take the glutathione, they just inject on their vein. Oh my God. But wait until they get older, and the side effect, all the surgery that they have in their body. I'm sure that there's a lot, there's side effect on that, because like I said, that it's according how strong, or if it's your body's immune system is strong, yeah, maybe it takes long to show the side effect. But not all people, there's their immune system is the same uh, quality, or the same tolerance. So that's kind of a scary. So I've been watch that, I watched that on the news. And my God, and in the United States, I saw, they said from New York, from Chicago. My God, in Chicago they said is 36, negative 36. I have no idea how cold is that. Okay, I have no idea how cold is that. And then they tells that there's a there's a winter storm. Oh, and I know the feeling that if I'm gonna open uh the freezer, I can stay long, just 2 minutes, and my hand starts to numbing, because it's too cold. So now I can see on the news that they said it's negative 36. I have no idea how cold is that. So that's the thing, that there's a adjustment if we move to the states, especially Chicago, that it's so cold now, right now. And I can see how the snow, how thick it is. My God. But here in the Philippines, during the nighttime, okay, if you have air condition in the house, it's cool. But if you don't have air condition and just only electric fan, from 9, okay, 6 until until 10, that's really humid inside the house. Especially if you just live on the studio type, that's really humid. And now, this is what I notice: a lot of people have colds, okay, and then they start coughing. So yesterday was Wednesday, Tuesday. Okay. Hi, Get Your Lions Journey. Thank you for coming. How are how's your day in San Carlos, Gitchi? So my God, it makes me laugh, because when I heard somebody sneeze too loud and don't really cover their mouth, or their nose. So it's kind of it's kind of scary. And one thing that that here before, just only Metro Manila, if it's rainy season, it does, you can see on the news that only Metro Manila has a flood. But now, all over Philippines, whether outside Metro Manila, it's flooded. So it's really, and now that I watch, there's 1 year old 1 year old baby died because of the landslide that in happened in Davao, because in Mount Diwal, the wall. I'm not really, sounds like that. And the rain never stops, so it starts, the soil starts soft, and also it affect also, the road widening. So now it's anywhere, that's why it takes long, until now that I'm, we're planning, to build our own, house. But I'm very careful about the location, because here in the Philippines, like in Luzon, so there's a Mount Taal. Go in Batangas, Cavite. That's, it's near to Mount Taal, and going to, North Luzon, like going to Pampanga, Mount Pinatubo. It's way big. So it takes long, it takes long, to find it. It's not perfect location, to build a house, but it's better that, you avoid that on place, because like I mentioned that, now it's not safe also, because in outside Metro Manila, like, city provinces, now it's getting, flooded, because before it's just like Metro Manila only that, cause flood, especially if there's a typhoon. It's kind of a scary. And one thing that, I don't really want to, like, it's near on the coastal, because it reminds me, in Tacloban, because Tacloban is, it's near to the coastal area. So it's not really safe also, to buy a lot and build a house there if it's near to the coastal. Oh my God, there's a lot of things that you avoid, but a natural disaster calamity came. You cannot predict that. So the only thing that we can do is to, look the place that a little safer than, compared to the place that near to the, coastal area, or near to the volcano. Okay, guys, for those watching, don't forget, guys, to give me like, okay? Because, well, they said that, okay, now six people on the, on the live, okay, lurking, lurking, but only two likes, okay? So, guys, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I can see. Oh my God, the thing is, there's a guy who sponsored about my microphone, the V8 uh condenser microphone. Okay, thank you, Gichi. And we tried that, this morning we try on the go live directly to YouTube, but it not really work. Okay. And then I can hear, some of the, sound effect. It is. Yeah, it worked. And then, last night, we do live, but, it's just, mic testing. It worked. But, the echo, even though we adjust, it takes long. I gonna figure it out. What's the best thing? Because, when I researched, they said that I have to, because some V8 condenser microphone is need to be much on the, if you're using a smartphone, you have to much, the condenser, the V8 condenser, and then, the smartphone. Yeah. So maybe it takes long because I already bought that because I don't expect that the delivery it's quite fast. Okay. So I expected that thing will deliver this coming Saturday, but yesterday just arrived and Frank already installed, but we're gonna figure it out how it work on my two mobile phone because I'm gonna do I love to do karaoke. Same all same for the most part, making one day at a time. Yeah, get you. So I'm glad that the guy who sent me that donation because I just mentioned about that because like I said that once we after the discussion of the subject, sometimes you really want to do like singing or somebody's on the live chat can able to join with me. So that's the good thing, and I know Gigi, you like to sing. So I don't know. Hmm. And this is because when I order, okay, I asked, is this made in China? Then he said, no, mom, it's made in Japan. I think the seller telling a lie. Okay, because they don't really have the booklet, how to install. They have the instruction to install that, but there's no booklet that what's the use of this kind of outlet or this kind of thing. They don't have that. I try to look on that, but they don't really have to say that what's the usage of this. And it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating, and once I do that, it's easy for me to lose my temper for that, and I get so irritable. And then when I look, I don't think this is made of Japan. I doubt it that the seller telling me a lie. I think this is made of China because they know if I know if it made of China, I won't take this. But he said, no, mom, it's made of Japan. But when I look on this instruction, is there's a Chinese, there's a Chinese uh, letters that. But good thing that there's other side of the instruction that English. Ay, nako. So how can I, I'm gonna figure it out. This, my goodness. Well, because if it's not, because here's the thing: if it's not much on my two smartphone, it won't work last night. Yeah, it worked last night, but there's a certain things that I need to adjust, especially the sounds card, because there's a treble, there's a bass, what else? There's a record, uh, music, MZ, monitor, what? So I have to know that. So there's a, and even though when I go online to search that how it work, ay nako, it's just like I'm so frustrated of that. They just tell, oh, this is the live one, live two, but they don't really put some booklet that you can able. It's just like when you buy a car. Okay, when you buy a car, there's a booklet, right? it tells that this is how good the engine, the light, whatever, that it's part of it's part of the car. They will tell you, so that by the time that you really want to sell that car, you can tell you can tell to the person wants to buy your car, that my car is well maintained or what, because you can see on the booklet. But this kind of, you're very lucky, if you order this, especially, made in China. You're very, very out of 10. I think one person can very lucky to have instruction. My goodness. They don't have instruction for that. So I was so excited, last night. I just, and, I'm start getting, I just start frustrated about, and of course, I'm so excited, and all of a sudden you cannot really do things that you really want, but I have to stop. And and Frank knows that I shown attitude, or because I think he feels that I'm he's getting into my nerve. Ay nako, for just for santo. Okay, guys, for those ones, to join. So I'm already done with, things that I don't want to share with you guys, because, that's the thing that one thing that I don't really want, you know, you know, in this, I can tell that you cannot really trust, other, especially when it comes money involved. Okay. They will tell you, Mom, this is not made in China. He said that the seller told me made in Japan. My goodness, he think I'm stupid. When I found out, oh, the instruction, the other side of instruction is Chinese. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so our subject for day in your time and tonight for my time is men and women. What can you bring to the table? So I'm talking about relationships. So what can you uh how can you help your partner when it comes to that? Okay. So feel free. Getchi, are you there? Everyone is not sounds engineer and knows how to equip works. Yeah, that's the problem, that they don't have this the instructions. So it's just like, are they are they running out of running out of ink and paper, to print the instruction, so that people won't get, you're really annoying, when you see something that you really, you excited, to build that, and you will know that there's no instruction. They just send you a small paper. Oh my god, so what's the use of that? And now once you order this, it's kind of hard, to return it back, because once there's guidelines that okay, return the parcel, and once you click that, they turn you down. And it's hard to get on the site that they really want, they want you to send back the parcel. But for me, I think the item that I got is not, is not broken, because it worked last night. But I think the only thing that we got, it takes long to figure it out how it works. And that's the bad thing, that there's no instruction. Ay nako. So, nakakainis. Okay. So for those, for those people on, Yeah. And well, this is, the first equipment that I have, for my, for my future studio. Because it's better also that, you have a nice, so look, see my, that's my countertop, I have food on the, on the countertop, so it's not really, it's not really nice to see that. I want to look like a professional studio, so everyone, really feel that, you're in the, you are in the show. So for those, okay, for those people on the okay, you don't, well, if you're gonna, if you don't want to comment, it's okay. Just, just listening. Ah. And supposedly, so if it's work, I'm gonna use that, to do a little karaoke before I'm gonna start, the live streaming. But hi, this afternoon, hi, I just, I just stopped because, I'm so annoyed. But I will never stop, to figure it out how it works in this. But for those, for those, for who send that donation to me, thank you so much. It's already here on my, on my table, but I would really want, to figure it out, so that, once I started, do live streaming and do a little karaoke, it's, it's better. So for those, for those men, what are you expecting about your women, what his contribution, about, in the relationship, like, what is your expectation, and expectation, okay, expectation to your partner, that he or she can able to bring on the table, especially for men, because this is, this is what I noticed, because I watching also some, some uh passport bro channel, that when they ask western women what can, what can they bring on the table, and then, the, because this is not only, it's not literal that, you can, yeah, bring anything on the table, okay, it's just, in a relationship. And a lot of women they said that they are the table, okay, they are the table. They said that they are the table. So the question is, how can you, how can you help, okay, help your partner to build that, to build that relationship harmonious and successful relationship. Because, here's, here's my thought process, because I'm married to a western man, and, he's married to an Asian woman. And the best thing that, that a couple can do is, is teamwork, okay, communication, especially that, uh you know your, some people, they have relationship long distance, And then the why I mention about that, because a lot of women, they just like, particularly Western women. I'm not saying all, but some majority, they are, they don't really care. Okay, especially when they married, they just stay home. And some women, they don't cook, and they don't really care about, how to take care of their men, how to take care of the house, or the household. So it's just like, because they said that they are the table, it shows that they don't really want, to work. Okay. So I remember what Frank told me, that this is this is the time that, before he met me. And then when he went to the to the unit of this girl, and when she opened the refrigerator, is only, on the pack of, mustard, McDonald ketchup, and no foods on the, refrigerator. It's just like, it shows that she don't cook. She just buy food in McDonald because that's what he saw. That, the ketchup, what do you call that, on the sachet, that, once, bring home, they will give you, like, if you want mustard, and then, ketchup, and then water. Oh my god. Most women really have no answer to that question. Well, me, I have I have an answer for that. It's common sense, because, I don't know. I don't really understand. And I also ask you, Frank, why they think like this. Because if they're gonna back, one, why I say this, because for me, history is very important. Okay, don't forget the history, because I'm talking about for those, for those black people. Okay, and it makes sense because in the States, okay, the last person was hired was black. All right, and then the first person who was fired is black. And then when it comes to women, especially, they have a big mouth. Okay, I'm not saying all, but majority they are. And they don't work. The husband go and in work, and when the husband came, no food. Okay, and then they're gonna tell, husband will tell, where's the food? Oh, you can't cook? Are you, are you disabled? Are you crippled? It's just like, that's the thing that for me is, I just tell this to my husband, that, oh, if that's the history, that, Western or black women must know the history about, the black people, they can really gonna appreciate the hard work of, black people. Because I told Frank, if I'm the black woman, oh, I really appreciate. I don't let my husband get starved when arrive home. I always make it sure that, even though, okay, even though if it's just only cornbread and beans, okay, or colored greens, I make it sure that my husband eat freshly cooked, and with, with the with with the love that, with the love that I serve that for him, because I don't want to tell him that, that, are you crippled, are you disabled, because that's what I see, and that's what I hear. So a lot of, well, not all black people are really into the, passport bro thing. But I can tell, I can tell that why, why a lot of, a lot of brothers, or a lot of Western men came to other countries, particularly Southeast Asia or Philippines, because they're really tired of that, kind of treatment. And I can tell also, and then if they know the history, and now that there's a lot of not only black men, white men also, that they tells that the system is not, is not favor on their side, it's more on women's side. So it's just like, who, the only thing that I can advise, if you don't, and I can advise for those fishermen, if you're, you're really, you're tired of dealing with this kind of women, all you have to do, just get your passport and leave the country. If you're gonna, like going to Southeast Asia, particular Philippines, before you move here, know the country first, so that you will tell on yourself, oh, can you able to stay here, because especially the the weather, the humid um weather, or the food. So learn something that, so if you think that you can able to resist on that, so leave the country. Once you leave the country, you will have a peaceful, peaceful mind and peaceful life, especially if you find the right one or the right woman. Not only here in the Philippines, there's a lot of good women in Southeast Asia, like Thailand. Thailand women in Thailand and Filipina are, not the same, but there's a similarity when it comes to dealing their husband. Okay, they're very, they're very uh same with Filipina, that a keeper or wife material. But it's just like the image uh in Thailand is that the red restrict. Okay, that's the image. But women there are similar with Filipina, how they take care of their men, especially if you pick the right Thai women. Okay, well, it's just like Filipino women. If you find the Filipina is not really serious in you, okay, all they want is to get your money. Yeah, there is, it still exists on that, but I'm not saying all, some. Okay, some. So I'm really, I really, once I know that, once it doesn't matter for me if you came from United States or you came from Europe, or when I say that a person that married to a Filipino, or Filipino men or Filipino women, I'm very happy, because like if you are if you are American, there's a lot of there's a lot of beautiful, beautiful white, or American women. But the thing is, are they have same wifey material than a Filipina? Yes, some they do, but not all. So that's that's the main thing, that um the relationship that like for Western people is not really into the strong. But I'm so also admire for those Western people, that their relationship with their partner, it lasts long. Like the actor that Goldie, who's that Goldie Goldie Woon, who's that and Kurt Kurt Russell. Yeah, because until even though they're not married, okay, so I'm so admired because the relationship, they're still together, so they can handle it well even though they're not married. Who is that? My Filipina makes sure I eat. Oh yeah. This thing between black got out of hand with the women forgot the struggle for black people in the US was about men and women forgetting. Yeah, for me, the history, it's they must know the history because once they know the history, they're gonna give value. Because, because it's just like when I married to Frank, that's the thing that I know that, oh, black American and white American are totally different. Okay, so I'm not prejudiced, to white American, but I can tell because it's the system that happened, and I can see that those black women forgot the history, the hard time. Hi JV Vlog, how's everyone here? So it's just like they forget the history. So once they know the history and they forgot the history, they don't really give value, especially the men. So that's the problem. And it's just like Filipino, actually, Filipino, before, the after the World War II. Okay, so Japanese attack Philippines, and then after the World War II, it's just like, I always in my mind that especially my parents don't trust Japanese people because uh they are traitor. Okay, that's the thing. But in fairness, for those nice and kind Japanese, but that's how we look after after the war. No matter what, how good the person is, you have to set aside on your brain that, oh, don't trust, even though he's shown nice to you, but still keep in touch on that, don't trust. Because we have a saying here that um Japanese people are traitor. Well, I'm not saying, okay, for those for those Japanese watching my show, I'm not saying that I'm not generalized Japanese people, but there's a thing that we Filipino, we think that because of that, the World War II happened. And now that I don't know, guys, if you're familiar about Sunshine Shoulder. And there's a guy that he never seen this Filipina. She's 53 years old, and millions of pesos that he sent to this woman. Oh my God. So when I watched that about the show of Sunshine Shoulder, oh my God, I'm just shaking his head. What's wrong with this man? He really trusts the sending money this Filipina, and he never seen this Filipina, and not only thousand, it's millions. My goodness. Okay, about the topic title as a woman can bring rice on the table. No, it's not the thing that, what I mean is, JB is, uh, what, what can you bring, you know, on the relationship? So it's not literal rice or whatever, it's just like in a relationship, what can you bring to make the relationship intact or make the relationship stronger? That's what I mean. What can you bring on the table? Well, it's just like it's given, you know not only men can bring on the table, all right, women also can bring. If the men can bring rice on the table, of course, especially if they're both okay, working, of course, women can bring also rice on the table. So it's just like this is how I look, when it comes to relationship. It's just like teamwork. Miracle. What kind of miracle? Miracle of love. Yeah, it's just like, because here's the thing that, a lot, but especially Western women, that, especially their money, okay, their money, the boyfriend or the husband money is their money. Okay. So it's just like, just bring, what can you bring, what can you help, in the relationship. Okay, so some women, they just, they don't, once they married, they don't want to work. Okay, they don't want to cook, they don't want to eat, particularly black women. They don't want to clean the house because that's slavery. Okay. How can you say that you are slave? Because for me, it's not, because you're married, you're husband and wife. It's just like, like I said, that, in a relationship, especially if you're married, is teamwork. Okay, so if your husband is working, of course you have to do things inside the house. So by the time your husband came home, the food is ready, because your husband work to provide, money, so that your family can able to eat. So that's the one thing that I don't understand. I don't understand some women that they just sit their ass in the couch and do nothing. So okay, for those on the live chat, for those, if you have, if for those single, are you willing to give access your bank account to your boyfriend or to your girlfriend? Or it's the same for those married? Do you have access with your own bank account, or you have a separate bank account? So in my situation, okay, we're not. We're joint account. Frank money is my money is Frank's money. So we are, what do you call that, mayong buntag.
Mm, Mayong buntag, gwapa.
Mayong
Kamusta?
buntag. Ah,
Bayon buntog. Oh God.
ah, okay ra, okay ra, okay. Ay, you don't understand Bisaya, ano? Mabuti po.
Oh God, Visayas so tough. I found Tagalog easier, darling. It really is easier. But
Yeah,
I in my marriage, we've been together, married for 16 years, as a couple for 20 years. But in my mentality, same with my wife, there is a natural role for the man and there is a natural role for the woman. It's given to you by God. It's what we do. When you try to use laws and idiocy to change that, it doesn't work. You've got to,
yeah,
the woman makes sure the man eats, the man brings home the dead deer, and you know the man goes out and hunts and kills, brings it home, the wife cooks it. When you step away from that natural role of life, you're screwing up. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
yeah. Because it's just like, it reminds me that, when I was in my teenage year, I can say that, like, my father, he's a farmer, okay,
Hmm.
sugar cane planter. And then no matter what, it's just like, uh we just, my mother cook vegetable and fish, but it's just like
Yeah.
freshly cooked. And I
Hmm.
can see that, my father don't complain about that. And I can see, the happiness that, I shone on my father's eyes, because my mother knows that, the common sense that, okay, my husband work outside, okay, so he's tired, he's hungry, and need food. So that's
Yeah.
what, want, the my mother do. But here's the thing that, I can see that, I'm not saying all, especially Western women, that I can see that, they're more into the, okay, even though there's a food on, they don't really want to cook, especially once they have fixed their hair, you know their
Hmm.
nails, okay. So it's just like, wait a minute, who's the slave here? Who's the slave? is you know
Yeah.
is the wife or the husband? For me, I think the husband is slave, because the husband need to go out on the house, to work. So that's
Hey,
that.
hey, JB, what does that mean? Woman created as a man tail. What does that mean? I'm, I don't understand that.
What? Women created as a man tail. What? I don't
Oh,
mind being slave of my man, as long I don't need to worry about earning money, lol.
yeah. I,
Well, it's just like, well, if you have your man, it's just like, if if the man help you, of course you have to help your man too. It's not like, it's just like give and take, okay. Your man will give you, and then you will take, of course, the same vice versa. You will take and you will give. So because a lot of women, not only Western women, Filipino women also, okay, some, okay, some, okay,
yeah.
some, they just take and take. Once it's no longer, it's just like a leech, okay, they suck your blood. Once you're running out of blood, they're gonna they're gonna leave you.
Yeah.
So
It was similar to that, Lil, in my first marriage. I don't look back at the past.
okay.
I don't. I don't dwell on the past. Forget it. It's done. It's over. God put you in that situation to learn something.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, in my current marriage with my Filipina, examples when we went to buy a dryer. It's an expensive purchase for us, and my wife already looked into the dryers that she liked, LG, different ones made in Korea, etc. And she laid them out there and said, "Which one do you want?" She consulted me as the head of the house. This one costs this much. This one, this one, this one. She presented a case. I know she already did all the research. And okay, hon, which one do you think would work? Which one is the best? I said, yeah, let's get that LG from Korea. Because they have a reputation of dependability, and that's how we did it. Work together. You got to involve the man and stuff, and the woman's got to be involved together. It's a teamwork. It is a teamwork. That's how our marriage works. As far as
Yeah.
bank accounts, we have a joint bank account, and she also has separate bank accounts for the different bills. Like she has a separate bank account for home repairs, things like that, house payment, and home repairs. And she has a separate bank account for insurance, and she has a separate bank account. She got a master's of business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's like, she's brilliant. So I let her handle the money because she knows what she's doing. She knows how to make money grow, and um, that's it. You know, that way I don't have the concern about the money. In fact, in our joint account, when I need things for around the house, and if I run out, I'll text her and she'll go, okay, money's there. She'll just take it out of another account and put it in there so that I can buy what I need to fix the home or to get more groceries, etc. She handles the money because she's better at it than I am.
Okay. Thank you for coming, Jane. The Ultimate Filipina.
Hello,
Good
Jane.
evening. It's just like, for me, yeah, we do same that because, I'm not really into the thing that, when I saw something, something that I need, I just grab and buy. I have to look at, how this, how is this convenience, how it works. So I'm
Hmm.
not really into that. I have to think about first because, it's just like it reminds me that last Christmas, every year, Frank always gave me Christmas presents. And then he asked me, "What do you want for, for Christmas presents?" And then I told him, "Are you serious to ask me that?" And then he said, "Yes, seriously." And then
Hmm.
I told him, "Wait, okay, because we have a, our refrigerator is not as big, to stock frozen food for the whole month." And then I told him, "Okay, I want freezer, freezer." And then he asked me, "Are you serious? You want freezer?" Yeah. I don't need, jewelry or whatever luxurious purse or wallet or,
Yeah.
signature or clothes. I want freezer because
Hmm.
I told him this is, I told him, because instead doing grocery 4 times a month, I can do this once a month if we
There you
have
go.
freezer, to stock.
Hmm.
And he realized makes sense.
Makes
So he
sense.
has,
Yeah.
so he told me, "When is your plan, to get that?" I told him that, "Wait a minute, I'm gonna check if the freezer there in in SNR." It's just like SNR. I don't Are you familiar with the SNR, Bob?
I've seen them around. Yeah. Hmm.
It's just
Yeah.
like, it's just like a little Walmart here in the
Like
Philippines,
that.
members,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
So I told him that, "Wait, let's check if it's, the freezer is still there." Well, the freezer is still there, so I told him, "Oh, this is meant for me." So we just bought that. So that's the thing that, I told him that I want freezer because, it's very useful. I don't really buy things that, for myself, clothes or what, or shoes. I just buy clothes is if my clothes is no longer, no longer I can able, to wear. But as long as there is, no, I'm not really into that. I do things that it
Yeah.
really helps me to do, like washing clothes, or cooking, or stock food.
My wife, she does like clothes and shoes. You know what that little sneak does? She's sneaky. She's sneaky. She carries bags to go to work, right? Big bags and stuff. And all of a sudden, a new jacket will show up. What the heck? Or a new pair of shoes will show up. What the heck? She has them delivered to her work, and then she'll bring them home in a big bag, and then boom, here it is.
That's Frank, because I do that sometimes, when I sew, if I sew uh like blouse, or slippers that I
Mhm.
really like, because sometimes it's almost, it's, you cannot find that. And then when he saw that, oh, this is unauthorized.
Unauthorized, I
Unauthorized.
like that. I'll use that. That's an unauthorized jacket, missus. That's a good one. I'll use that one.
So it's just like, oh my god, you know I told him, no, that's cheap, because it's sales, but no, sweetheart, but still unauthorized. Well, it's just like,
Yeah,
for me, in a relationship, Bob, you're grown, if you
yeah.
know your partner, I think, well, there's no fight, like, like me and Frank, we don't really have a fight, but we are inconvenienced, but we don't have fight, because I'm matured enough to understand, and to know my responsibility, or my duty, and same also with him. So it's just like, communication is always in a relationship.
Mhm, mhm. Living within your means, within your
Yeah.
budget, very
Yeah.
important, you know? There's, ways that we live within our budget, and we're able to travel a couple of times a year. Number one way is like the Christmas presents. We don't do that. We
Mm-hmm.
don't do that at all. The birthday presents, all that, no, we don't do that.
Okay.
But we live outside of society's normalcy. Um, we don't have the big Thanksgiving dinner, all that stuff. We just don't do it because that is driven by marketing, and marketing will make you go broke if you follow what the television tells you to do. We don't have television at all. Nothing. None of it. And
Yeah.
we'll take that money and then we'll send some for education for the nieces and to sustain the family back in Davao, and for home improvements on our home in Davao, and then we'll fly over there a couple times a year. Just by not buying that Christmas tree, we don't buy the Christmas gifts. We don't do any of that. That's how we live within our means, and we don't go into
Hmm.
debt. And
Yeah.
that's very important because it is when you're living within your budget, there goes 80% of the stress in the household is gone.
Oh
It
yeah.
just it just isn't there, you know.
Hmm. Right. Yeah. Even though me, I've been here for 5 years. I don't have Christmas light or whatever that for Christmas. I don't.
No. Mm-mm.
I'm good. Looking on my neighbors that they have Christmas. I can see my neighbors. They have Christmas light. They have
Voila.
parole. Me, I don't. Frank
Mm-hmm.
asked me, "You want Christmas tree?" No, I don't.
No. No. No.
It's not
No.
really.
Mm-hmm. No. And
But
well, another way, my wife likes little surprises. Sometimes I'll get her flowers, but many times I'll get her a house plant. Really,
mhm.
because that house plant is there all year. And
Yeah,
flowers, a lot of times she'll just go get some flowers, because the flowers don't last. But if you buy her a
yeah.
house plant, she's got it all year, you know?
Hmm. So yeah, it's just like me, that like a lot of women that during the Valentine's, forget
Yeah,
it,
we don't
the
do that.
flowers
We
that.
don't we don't do that. We don't do that. Yeah, we don't do
Well,
that. Well, Yeah, you're right, JBL. Side comment there. You're right. People and showing off.
Yeah.
Living that's very very dangerous in your relationship to show off like that.
Hmm.
An example that I can see from my house, one of our neighbors, they have this giant trailer, it's like a motorhome. It's enormous, and it's moved one time since we moved in here almost 2 years ago. They never use it, but that they have to have that in their driveway to show how wealthy they are. Get it?
Yeah.
We don't live that way. We don't do that.
Well,
We don't. You know.
yeah, it's just like, for me, you don't have to show, because here's the thing. Why, if people knows that you don't have money on your pocket, they don't care. So you don't have to show off that, I have something, as long as you know in yourself that you have money. So you
Mhm.
don't have shown to people that, oh, so for me, okay, here's the my thought process about that, Bob, that I don't care, if people look at me that, oh, you look like a house help, I don't care, because the only thing that I gonna tell them, how much money you got.
Yeah. Well, if anybody insults me like that, I'd say, "There's the door. Get out of my house." Yeah, good for you, Frank. Yeah, don't buy stuff on credit. Don't do it. That's why, example, when we went to buy a dryer, all summer I set up a clothesline out in the backyard and dried the clothes without a dryer. That right there, I even did a video on how much that is cost saving in electricity. We took that money and put it into getting a new dryer because winter was coming.
Hmm.
You got to think ahead, plan ahead. Yeah.
Okay, JV, tell me about, I it how many people like celebrating fancy party, and
That's
but they
foolish.
need to borrow money. That's crazy.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah,
That's
we don't live like
crazy.
that. We don't live like that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's just like, Frank mentioned, because I told him, okay, the next project, because I don't do laundry here in my house, just only, the delicate
Mhm.
clothes that I hand wash, but most of I
Yes.
just bring, to the laundromat. And then I told him, I'm sick and tired going to the laundromat, especially now it's hot here. So I told him that next time I want, washer. Okay. And then he
Mhm.
told me, no, not only washer, at the same time dryer. And I told him, no, Frank, it's hot here in the Philippines. It's just
Yeah.
like, okay for me, the washer, we don't need the dryer. But,
Yeah.
he insists that it's better to have a dryer. And then I told him, some of my clothes, because, some of my clothes, it won't fit me, because, it's drier. So some of my clothes is shrink. So,
Mhm.
so
You know
I
what I
need,
did?
just hang.
What I did, Frank? We have a a washer out behind our house in Davao. It's like one of them $50 ones or whatever they are. Washes the clothes, and we have a clothesline behind the house, and we hang them up outside. And what I did was I ordered on Amazon a whole bunch of these good wooden clothespins because those little plastic things you get in the Philippines,
Yeah, it's
they'll hold up my wife's underwear, and her clothes are only this big. She's freaking tiny. My clothes are huge. Those little plastic clips. So thinking ahead, I brought a whole bunch of these down to Davao that I bought it on Amazon. Good ones that will hold the clothes up. Think ahead,
yeah.
plan ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, that's I told them, but it's just like, oh, because me, it's not really, it's not really a big deal for me, the dryer, because it's hot here in the Philippines,
Hmm.
and in a few hours, your clothes, especially it's well spin, just
Yeah.
wait, a couple hours, your clothes is dry.
Mm. Yeah. JB mentioned something. It's all about that keeping up appearances because My brother-in-law does that to an extent. I know he doesn't have much,
Hmm.
but once in a while he'll have a neighborhood party that he really can't afford.
Yes, yeah,
Just to,
I agree.
that's an Asian thing, keeping up appearances. Like,
Hmm.
why do you guys do that? But
I don't know
it's
if you know
yeah,
the word humbug, just to make humbug, just to show up that, they have money, but
yeah,
they don't know that, that money they loan that from the or
yeah.
borrow.
hmm I'm
Ay,
not
nako.
familiar with that word, Miss Lil, but I do know my wife uses the word big shot. He wants to be a big shot. You know, that's why he's in care of our home. And sometimes he'll bring some of his friends over to our home to have dinner and all that to be a big shot. Even it's not his house, and I don't have any problem with him bringing his friends over to our house. No problem. They take good care of the place. But yeah, it's that it's that Asian mentality that is foreign to us. It takes a long time for a foreigner, if you want to live in the Philippines, to learn those things. They don't. They do it to keep up appearances. It's like,
Yeah.
huh? What?
Yeah,
That's why.
especially Bob,
Yeah.
especially if it's fiesta, fiesta,
Yes.
fiesta.
Yes, I do. I do.
They're gonna borrow money from, even though
Yeah.
they're gonna, ask for, 10%
hmm
interest.
Yeah, that's right.
As long as, just, there's a food. Oh my God, that's Filipino mentality. Yeah, you're right, JB. One day millionaire.
Yeah, one day millionaire, and I did have to set down some ground rules, man to man. My brother-in-law, I respect him. He's more of a brother than my real brother. When the first year that the house was finished, and they did all the work, the furniture and all, they did. We sent the money. They did all of it, and he said, "Oh, I'd like to have a." He is talking to his friend on the phone,
Hmm.
and I've seen his parties at his house, and some of his friends drink so much that they'll vomit, they'll or pass out in his floor. And
Mm.
one day, my brother-in-law were sitting outside of our house, and I said, "Bro, I've seen that with your friends at your house. I've seen it with my own eyes. He'll have to pick them up and carry them outside because they're drinking for free." And I said, "You can have your friends come over, and you can have them drink, but I want them to drink in moderation." And his friend is on his phone listening to this, and because I can understand some Bisaya, and I said, "There will be no one vomiting in my brand new house. I will not have that." And he spoke to his friend. We can drink in moderation. I said, "That's fine. But if somebody pukes in my house or pisses all over the floor, it's over." That's
Yeah.
our retirement house. That's all we've got. Those are things that I had to arrange man to man. You guys can come over, party if you want to, be a big shot. But if somebody pukes in my house, you guys are shut down. That's it.
Yeah, that's common for, well, common is, I'm talking about Filipino
Yeah.
men, especially if, it's free, they just crazy,
Oh,
my
they
God.
go crazy, man. I mean, I've seen it in his house with his neighborhood friends. I mean, literally, one guy wanted to pick a fight with me because he stole my cigarettes and he wanted to be a dick. And I had to really restrain myself because he was so wasted I could have hurt him really bad, but I didn't. And anyway, he was a dick. Then two other guys, my brother-in-law had to pick them up and carry them out of his house because my brother-in-law is Matipuno,
Oh,
and
oh.
another guy puked his guts out, and I was sitting there watching this and like, yeah, that's why I warned my brother-in-law, you can party in my house if you want to, but
Yeah,
none of
because,
that in my house.
yeah, I experienced that, some of my father's relatives, I can say
Yeah.
that, oh my God.
Hey, the beer is free. Drink some more. Drink some
Yeah,
more. Yeah, uh, I don't agree with that. Yeah,
yeah. So okay.
very few people are like that, Frank. We're very blessed, you know. And I would say a lot of the reason why we can afford to do that is because, um, well, sobriety and things like that, controlling your spending is so important because that allows us to do that. Like most of my life, I didn't drink, I didn't smoke pot, I didn't do any of that stuff, and my wife never has. Same with gambling. Gambling will kill you like that. It will destroy your life fast. So we stayed
Yeah.
away from those vices, and we can afford to live in two places. You know, it's not that hard as long as you have a decent income and you control yourself. You know.
Yeah, it's just like, it's just like us, we just live in, the because Frank's still paying in the States, the place there.
Mm-hmm.
So our budget, 1600, but we
Mm-hmm.
still, we already, have, good food, we pay
Yeah.
all the, the bills, and we
Mm-hmm.
can still save the 600 bob, every month,
I know.
every
Yeah.
month. So we
Same with
save
us.
that because, we don't really spend, because like me, okay, so I have so many options, like I don't go to the supermarket buy vegetable is there. So what I do is I go to farmers market because
Mm-hmm.
the price of the vegetable in fruits is, half price
Yeah.
than
That's right.
compare in the supermarket. So that's what
Supermarket. Yeah.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
So the only
Yep.
thing that I bought from, from the supermarket is, things that I can see on, on the farmers market, or things
Yes.
that we needed. But I'm very into that. I don't really go to the supermarket just grab everything there, because it's no. I spend one day in going to the farmers market, and in fact I enjoy I
Mm-hmm.
enjoy doing that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I living within your means, living
Hmm.
within your means, staying within a budget. Yeah. Oh, I love it over there, Miss Lil, because every time we go there, when my brother-in-law comes from his house, he always shows up with an armload of mangoes and bananas, and he can get it for cheap at the market, the
Yeah.
outdoor market. Shows up
Hmm.
with that, drops them on our kitchen table. It's like paradise for me, man. Just that. Oh my god. Ugh, I'm just a simple guy, you know.
Yeah, because I save, and I enjoy, I enjoy that. So
Mm-hmm.
instead, okay, this is what I because not only, one area that I go, so I just go place that I can save a little money.
Sure, sure.
Okay, so that's what I do.
Uh
So
huh.
when it comes to like about myself, doing things that, like doing my nails, I don't go to the nail salon. I do it
Ah,
myself.
yeah,
I
exactly.
buy tools. I
Oh,
clean
you're a
my
good
own
wife.
nails.
You're a good Asawa. You're a good Asawa. Yeah. Smart lady right there, Frank. You're lucky. Yeah. Not selfish. That's why so many of us guys go over to Asia. We find these ladies who are smart. Marry a smart woman.
So that's, cause well, we have, Frank, told me, no, it's okay, my love, there's money. No, but I'm the one who insists, no, let
Yeah.
me, cause
Uh
cause
huh.
the only thing that I don't buy in the farmers market, Bob, when it comes to meat, because in the farmers market,
Yeah.
it's not there's a certain, for the meat, or like pork or chicken, there's a certain limit only that you can buy, because if it's not on the, the temperature, the bacteria,
Yes, I do.
So I prefer to buy meat in the supermarket because
Hmm.
the bacteria was was what do you call that the bacteria
I do.
maintain that it won't cause bacteria that we're gonna get sick
Hmm.
when we eat that.
Especially us Westerners. My wife is very careful about that, from because we don't have the immune system that you do. Um, you guys can tolerate more than our gut. It takes time for our system to be able to adapt to that bacteria. You know,
Yeah. Okay, welcome Boots and globalist small black man. Thank you for coming.
I remember seeing on different channels about the passport bros. I remember thinking I was a passport bro 20 years ago. All these like, am I a passport bro? I guess I am because I went over there 20 years ago and found my Asawa. Yeah. Eh,
Okay, so let me read. Okay. Thank you for thumbs up, Boots. So that's that's one thing that oh my god, I don't I don't really care for those people because here's this is what I notice a lot of a lot of people like well I'm not saying that all but majority of Filipino is just like especially uh the average Filipino, they you can see a lot that they're branded. Okay, everything that they wear it's branded. When it comes to gadget, they're updated. But if you're gonna ask, do you have money in your bank account?
yeah, that's true.
they, they
Hmm.
will tell, yeah, I have a bank account, but there's no money on my bank account.
Yeah, a one. I like that one. JB put that in the side chat. A one-day millionaire.
Yeah. What's the
I'll
password?
use that one, and I'll use the unauthorized. I learned two different things to say today. Unauthorized purchase. I love
Yeah, because when I
it.
do, when I do grocery, Bob, I buy things that it's not on my list, and then when Frank,
Mhm.
notice,
Unauthorized purchase.
oh my goodness. But
Oh,
sometimes,
I
okay, go
wish
ahead.
now there's only one thing in the budget that I can't convince my wife. I tried, but it doesn't work. I wish she could get an account, a mistress account, so I could have a sexy mistress over here, but she won't do that.
Well, I think you're gonna roar. Your wife will gonna roar. We're gonna roar for
Ha, ha, Mister.
you
She
know.
just won't do that.
Oh my goodness. Okay, globalismo black man. My first trip to the Philippines from the UK, I was April 28 and what is passport bro?
Yeah, same with me. My first trip over there, I met another lady that didn't work out. Was in late 2004. So I've been going there for years. Yeah. Yeah, I've been a passport bro for a long time. Yeah, JB, a mistress account. She won't do that. She won't give me money for a mistress.
Patay. Okay, nobody going to answer what's a passport bro. Okay,
Oh,
Frank. Well,
yeah,
it's just like, a passport bro, this is to my understanding. A passport bro is just like uh, you know,
mhm,
a western man go to the other country and marry.
right. It's a YouTube thing and
Yeah.
TikTok thing. Internet came up with that. A passport uncle. Okay.
My first overseas trip was 19. Oh my God. I'm not yet born with that. Right.
Mine was in the 80s when I was in the Air Force. Uh, yeah, I've been going to other countries most of my life, off and on. Been pretty blessed life.
Okay, so like like in the States, on in Europe, that at the age of 18 that you can able to go live by yourself. Did you did how long how what is your age that you really decided I don't want to live with my mother or my parents, Bob? What age?
Um, I was about 19, 18, 19. Yeah.
Mm,
And moved out in an apartment with my friend and stayed there for a while. And that didn't work out. But I lived in a couple other places, but I had to come back home because I wanted to start going to night school, um, diesel engine repair. I've been a mechanic my whole life, and I wasn't able to afford going to work, going to school, and renting an apartment because I was working for a landscaping company. I was cutting grass, and I moved back home so I could go to school. You know,
okay. But here's the thing, here in the Philippines is not the same as that. Even though you have grandchildren, you're still
yeah,
you still can able to
hmm,
live in your parents or your grandma's
yeah,
house.
yeah. It's different there. Mhm.
Okay, globalismo black man. I was 20 years old living myself in London the early 90s.
And then I went through diesel engine repair school, and then I went into the U.S. Air Force in 1984, and I spent 4 years in the Air Force fixing airplanes, and been out on my own ever since. And
Oh, Frank, he left when
he
he
went in
was
the army.
17. Yeah, he
Hmm.
went to army. Okay, so here's the thing, because this is also I asked about Frank and Bob, that have you ever think that when you was young, have you ever think that are you going to marry a Asian woman?
It was very, it was always in my mind. Yeah, because I grew up in this area in the Pacific Northwest with Japanese, Filipinos, Koreans, all that. And I was used to being with Asian people and whites and blacks and everybody else. Made a mistake and married a white, and
Mm,
I never went back to them again after the divorce. I'd never go back to one of those again. Never, never. I will not. I will not. And well, it's in our culture here in the Northwest because way back in the what my dad graduated from high school in 1936. Okay, his first love was a Japanese girl. His first love. They loved each other. She was
okay.
Japanese. Yeah. So
Well,
and
when it
this
comes to Japanese women, that they're very feminine,
that's
very
what we like
feminine.
about the Asian ladies. They're very feminine. Yeah, and they're not afraid to be feminine. You know, where the
Okay.
whites they seem to kind of want to be the boss and want to be abusive, and that's I'll never go back that direction ever again. Never, never.
I was never attracted to the white women. I dated only black women until I met my wife. Why you're
Mm.
not attracted to white? Well, actually, before that, I don't really jealous about, because that's the part of the past of Frank. And then he told me that he
Mm.
been dating with with German women. Uh
Hi,
uh
Sharon. Mm.
Thank you for coming, Sharon. And then his ex was I think Arab, and now Asian.
Hmm.
He's a playboy. Oh,
I've
layer.
yeah, I've dated almost every race, almost all. The only race I have not dated is Latina. All the rest, yeah. It, I look at the person, not the race.
Yemen. Okay, Yemen.
If she likes me and we're both attracted to each other, let's go out date. You know. Yeah.
Yeah. Cause me, I never also, cause I had I had a boyfriend, Filipino boyfriend, just only one boyfriend. The relation is not really work well, but totally heartbroken on that. And then I never think that, in that time that I have, a Filipino boyfriend, I don't really think that I want to marry a Western man. But when I heartbroken, so I just said,
Hmm.
okay, I don't like Filipino men. I'll go to Western man. So
Yeah.
that's
Sounds.
that's the thing that
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds familiar. Very similar to my wife. I met her in Yahoo Chat all those years and years ago, and she was in a net cafe. She was working full time for the city of Davao, going to university, and also applying for work because she was already a civil engineer with a master's of business. And she was in a net cafe sending out applications to work as a civil engineer in Australia, Canada, US. She was determined to go get out of the country and go make some real money. And that's when I met her. She was just sitting in a net cafe one day with her account sitting there, and I introduced myself. And it was a long time ago. I had already been there once to meet a Filipina, and she saw me as a serious guy. I want a Filipina, and I was not I wasn't blowing smoke up anybody. She knew that I had already been there to meet a Filipina, and that relationship did not work out. But yeah,
yeah, because some Filipino, they're not really serious about to settle down, like if they meet
uh
some
huh,
Western men. It's just like
mm-hmm,
some Filipina is just like, okay, I want to be part of this, just to get money for for their personal interest. But when it
yep,
comes to settle down, they're not really ready yet.
yeah, they're not. And there was things that I learned later that she was lying to me constantly because when I went there to meet her, things didn't match up. And I learned later that that's part of saving face. They'll lie to you and to save face. But still, to an American guy, if you're a liar, I can't trust you.
Yeah,
That's why
it's
I broke it off with her. If I can't trust you today, there is no way I'm going to marry you and bring you here to the US because if you lie to me today, you're going to lie to me tomorrow. It's
hmm
over. You know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just that's the thing that when I talk to Frank, I tell everything on me, because sometimes some women, they forgot that they telling a lie, and then when they keep talking, sometimes they forgot, oh, I'm telling a lie, and then
Bingo. Yep. And I ran into that. And things
so I
didn't
don't
match
want.
up. Things
Hmm.
didn't match up. And if I got that radar going, you can't trust her. You can't trust her. It's like we're nope, not going to work out. Not going to work. You know. And here I met my wife, and she told me the whole unvarnished truth every time she talked to me. Even though it was embarrassing truth, it was the truth. And that's what a Western guy is looking for: someone who is you can really trust. And that was the one. You know.
Love is blind. I don't think love is blind.
Well, uh,
Love is blind. I don't. What do you mean love is blind? Not blind, but cross eyes. Cross eyes.
I'll give you an embarrassing kind of a story because this was back in Yahoo Chat days, and I worked second shift, so I really didn't have a social life, and I was taking care of my elderly mom. So no American woman would touch me. I was paying child support. I was taking care of my elderly mom. No
Oh, they
American
hate
woman.
that. You know, they hate
Uh-huh.
that job.
I didn't have a house that she could take from me. So the
Mm,
American women would not get near me. An Asian
mm-mm.
women that I worked with and my wife now respected me for that. But I was responsible for my kids, that I was taking care of my elderly mom. And one, I used to get Yahoo Chat, if you're not familiar. Hi, Frank. Yahoo Chat was chat rooms that you could go in, and I used to go talk to some Americans, Canadians, and all. And my who was now my wife was in that room, and then the ex girlfriend showed up in that room one day. Oh, you want to talk about a cat fight, an online cat fight?
That's very.
Yeah. I stayed out of it. I just like let them settle it. Let the women fight it out and settle it themselves.
That's that's Oh my God, no, I'm not doing that.
Mhm.
Fighting on. Oh my God, no. X
Well,
versus GF.
yeah, that's right. Exactly what it was. Puts on. Yeah, exactly what it was. Because the one that I met before said she was an office manager, and the one that I was seeing
Okay.
currently was very well educated, and I could see it for myself in their English that they were speaking in the chat room. I could see that first girl was lying to me, because you're not going to be an office manager with poor grammar and poor English. That doesn't work there in the Philippines. You've got to have perfect English and grammar. And the girlfriend in Davao had perfect English. And the one who said she was all this, her English was Carabao.
Yeah.
I could see it right there,
You
like,
can tell that
oh,
the English is Carabao, not cow.
uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah. Ex versus girlfriend. Yeah. Oh man, I stayed out of that. Them damn claws were out. Oh baby, I'm getting away from that.
No, I can't. I can't imagine about that.
It
Uh,
was once in a lifetime event.
that's interesting. But for those men that this X and GF fight in front of him. Oh my God, he really look so macho,
Yeah, just kind
so
of like,
guapo.
so we
Oh.
put your head down and wait till the storm passes. Excuse me for a moment, Miss Lil. I'm gonna go get a coffee.
Go ahead, Bob. Well, Carabao English, LOL. Yeah, because okay, here's the thing that some women, even though they're college graduate or they have degree, the communication, like face to face talk, they're not really into that. They're not really good to deal with that. But when it comes to writing, they're good. Okay, so it's kind of a difficult, even though they degree holder. But when it comes face to face conversation, it's kind of hard. But when it comes to doing a grammar on written, they're really good in that. Okay, for those ones, okay, guys, for those ones to donate, feel free. Feel free. PayPal is waving, or my. Well, guys, for those ones, to send me donation. Well, if you can go on the super chat, but YouTube will have a cut for that. Unless you go on my PayPal. But here's the thing, guys. There's still charge, okay? It's all about business, my goodness. I thought it's free. Okay? So when I get, my money on the PayPal, there's a charge, my gulay. Everything is, free thing is no longer there. So there's a charge. My favorite. Chuku mucho.
Oh.
So
Oh
have you
boy.
experienced that, Bob, that your ex and your set aside your your wife before, during your younger age. Is
Mhm.
your ex and girlfriend fight in front of you?
Just online.
Just online. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this was I had been talking to who's now my wife for a while, and I learned later that she was a black belt, and because she used to say she's going to go do Tai Bo, she had never admitted she was into martial arts, and if those two women met and they went hand to hand, you can pretty well guess who's going to get really hurt really fast. My wife now,
What?
she was a black belt, and she was in martial arts for over 10 years, right around 9 or 10 years. And the other one was just a squatter, basically. It wouldn't have been a good fight, but that was the only time I saw it was online, and that's it. I'm glad I didn't see it face to face.
Yeah, it's
Cat
just like
fight. Woo.
it reminds me of my big sister Bob. She's a black belter in Taekwondo, and then
Mm-hmm.
she married to a Scout Ranger. Okay, Scout Ranger. Okay,
Uh-huh.
and nobody messing around with
Mm-hmm.
her husband, because okay, for those ones, for those women, okay, come
Mm-hmm.
on,
Mm-hmm.
you want my Taekwondo kick, okay,
She's really a
bring it
scout
on.
ranger. She's really a scout ranger in the Philippine Army.
No, no, my her husband.
Oh, okay, okay. Those guys are scary. Oh, those your rangers over there are scary guys. They're killers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the one Filipino Scout Ranger is 10 equivalent, 1:10. They can
yeah.
fight with a 10 enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not easy to become a Scout Ranger here, Bob. And,
Not at all.
I can tell that, he has a hard time, you know,
Yeah,
for that.
I know that there's checkpoints when you go outside of Davao City and you go up to into the mountains in Bukidnon, and there's military checkpoint. They're a combination of military and police before you go up into the mountains. And I recall one time when we were coming back from Bukidnon, and we had to pull over at a checkpoint, and one of the guys standing there with an M16, he was a Philippine Scout Ranger, and you got to roll your windows down, and he leaned in and he's looking right at me, right in the eyes. And the international signal, if you're under captivity, you blink your eyes 3 times slowly. 1, 2, 3. I know that. And he was looking me right in the eye, and I'm looking into the eyes of a killer. I mean, this guy's a killer. And it's like, ah, hi. Don't shoot me. This is my family. Don't kill any of us, please. I looking him right dead in the eyes of a killer. That guy, he was big shoulders and tough, mean guy, and like,
Yeah.
"Ah, hi." I'm not kidding you. I was a little bit nervous. His face is right here. Oh, okay.
They're very serious.
They are. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I
That's
can
what.
see that.
When I'm overseas here, Miss Lil, I don't take photographs of police or military ever. I don't.
Oh,
I
they will get mad about that if you take picture
Yeah.
without their
Hmm.
permission.
Yes. Yeah. I asked one police officer, and I found out later he was one of the by his uniform, he was one of the uh, terrorist guys, the special forces and the national police. And I asked him once, it was my first time there. I asked, "Can I take your picture?" And he, no. And like, Okay, no problem, dude. I'm
Actually,
never tried again.
Bob, my youngest sister, she's a police woman. At the
Uh-huh.
same time, she's almost graduated. Well, she's taking law. Um, she don't really, if somebody, because she always, she's in charge. She's investigator in women desk.
Okay, okay.
So if somebody asks a picture, she refuse.
Yeah. Yeah, from that point forward, when that guy screamed in my face, "No," I went, "Okay, never try that again. I won't do that."
Because
I
it is.
can I share with you an experience I had over there once?
Okay, sure.
Okay, you know how the Dutartes ran Davao?
Yeah, I know.
No BS.
Mm.
Okay, when the wife the wife would drop me off at the family's house every day because she was doing banking and real estate and all that stuff because she knows this leave him home. This process takes a long time and he'll get frustrated and get angry. So she left me at the family's house for over a week. We'd go to the hotel, drop me off, and then she'd go do business. And one day when I showed up at my brother-in-law's house, the family's house, there was a gentleman sitting inside there waiting for me. And my brother-in-law, Bob, this is Mr. So and so, and he would like to talk to you. Okay. And he sat there and he had a notebook and he asked me a lot of questions like, why are you here? Why are you staying in this barangay? What's your
Just like
business?
in VI.
Yeah, and I could tell by the look on his face, this was no one to mess with. And I
Mm.
answered all of his questions honestly because he asked me, "Were you in the Navy?" I said, "No." And my brother-in-law spoke up and said, "No, he was in the Air Force." Okay. And uh, he was investigating, what are you doing here? Because
Mm.
the neighborhood saying that this guy's hanging out. And anyway, he asked me a bunch of questions and then closed his booklet up and he said, "No, thank you for your time. Enjoy your stay here in the Philippines," and left. After he left, my brother-in-law came in and said, "Do you know who he is?" I said, "No." He's a retired vigilante.
Mm.
You know what a vigilante is.
Yeah, yeah.
He
It's
he
just like
was a retired professional, you know.
yeah. I
And
think I think in Davao that there's a group of vigilante that they call it Ilaga.
mhm,
You know,
yeah, I
uh
know I've met a few of them,
so
and
I don't know if it still exists, that kind of group of vigilante in Davao.
I don't know. I do know, but I'm not going to say.
Because I
I'm not
know
saying.
that, but that's the good thing, Bob, that I'm not really sure what year is that. They're very famous. It's that, well, before Duterte became mayor. I
Hmm.
know, or Duterte time.
Duterte's time. Yeah,
It
he.
really, that's a big help for Duterte to eliminate those uh people in Davao, create create
Hmm. Chaos.
yeah.
Yeah, Duterte was a prosecuting attorney,
Yeah.
and he saw in court how drugs and crime affects the family. So when he got
Mm,
elected to be in the mayor, he did something about it. It was an
yeah.
it, not it was an I'm trying to be careful what I say. It was not a nice way of going about it, but it works.
Yeah,
Can
it's kind of a
uh-huh.
tough decision that he made, but
Uh-huh.
there's a lot of people, especially some other politician, that against on that decision that he made. But it really worked because look, Davao is crime free now.
That's right. I can go as a white foreigner, walk down the city streets in the middle of the night in Davao, and no one bothers me.
Mhm.
I can't do that here. I can't. I can't because here the drugs are everywhere and crime is everywhere. And guess who they victimize? See the gray hair? They come right after us senior citizens. I
Yeah,
don't
because
find that. I don't have that over there. I don't have it. I don't see it. You know,
yeah, especially for those young people that yeah, that they think that, oh, this man cannot really, cannot really fight back.
correct.
So they just, they just victimize, those senior
Uh huh.
people.
Yep. Don't see that over in Davao. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. They know better. Oh, your brother was special forces. Okay.
Yeah. I- well, last, when is that, well,
Yeah, I was just an Air Force airman. I repaired, maintained F-16 fighter planes. So I was no special, nothing. I was just a mechanic and humble guy, proud of my military service. But a lot of guys will lie and embellish. I don't do that.
hi, Kuya Elo. Thank you for coming, Kuya Elo. Well, I think, I think his little brother Frank is like, what do you call that? Airborne?
Mm. Yeah, special forces are airborne. Part of it. That's one of the first things they learn is airborne
Well, I
paratrooper.
think, yeah, I think he got injured, on his back of, of
Yeah.
flying. Thank you for coming, Kuya Elo. So if you want to join with us, just click on the, on the link.
Yeah, the link's out there.
Okay. So that's, that's one thing that I'm planning also that, okay, but before, before that time, before Duterte, no, it's not Duterte time in Davao. It's not really safe, to go in Davao because
Correct.
who's the
Yeah.
mayor that
There
before
was
Duterte?
my wife grew up in that environment when there was the NPA was everywhere, and with them came in drugs and they were killing people in the streets. She saw too many people get killed. A lot of people die right in front of her, and that's when Duterte. I respect the decision he made to be just as hard as they are, and it worked. I wish they'd
Yeah.
do that here. I really do. I wish they'd do it here. You know,
Well, if there's a lot, there's a lot of
there's some people in every culture, every society, every country that cannot be rehabilitated. Some people are monsters, and that's the people that they went after in Davao. Well, I think Lil is frozen.
connecting.
There we go.
Oh
You
my
you
God,
you, you froze.
Well, that's that's a technical issue when
Yeah,
it comes when it comes to connection here, Bob. It's gonna pop up.
yeah.
Frozen and back.
Especially if
So
it's raining.
yeah, frozen and back. Yes, I'm back.
Mm. I should go now, Miss Lil. I got a few things to take care of.
Okay, Bob. Thank you
Thanks,
for
thanks for having me
yeah.
up. Yep. Hello.
Likewise.
All right. Hello, everybody. God bless and take care.
Okay. So that's that's one thing that oh my god, my connections. Actually, this week is just like 4 times it happens. That's why, as you can notice, guys, that it's been a long time that I can't really post on my short. It's late. It's not updated because of that thing. It's just like, okay, once I experience this, the frozen thing, and sometimes timing that when I stop this online living, and then a few minutes my connection was shut down. Oh my god, the connection, it's terrible. I wish that they can able to fix that. They always say, oh, sorry for inconvenience, for they always do that. Ako. So let me eat first my chocomocho. I need energy. Well, I already 2 hours. Mmm, chocomocho is so delicioso. They always want to kiss the customer's hand, but never really solve the problem. Exactly. And when it comes to their service, they ask, well, good thing that when I ask, because it's not really, it's not, acceptable because, it's for the whole week. I mean, for the, yeah, for the whole week. 4 times happened that there's no connection. So, like I said, that if your business online, they, you're gonna lose a lot of, money for that if you do online. So I'm thinking that, I'm going to change my. But actually, if I gonna change PLDT and Sky Cable are the same owner. They do. They do compensation for that. My monthly bill, they lower the amount for that because I complain. It's still we can able. We still paying the days that we don't no connection, no service. Mm, I really love this. Filipino chukumocho. It's good. I love crispy rice, white chocolate, caramel, wafer, and cereal crispies. Oh, so good. Hi, Red. Thank you for coming, Red. How are you? Starlink. It's good, Butch. When you come here in the Philippines, try this. It's really good. The Starlink is like how much? 5,000. Choco mucho. They have chocolate, but I like the white chocolate. It's good. It's very, very cheap. Just only 8 pesos. But I like the wafer roll and the Rice Krispies and the caramel and the white chocolate. Oh my god. I think it's in the log in Cebu on the 22nd. That's that's the highlights. But I'm not really into that because a lot of people now that they have colds. So that's COVID. The only thing that they don't really get worse because they already, they're vaccinated. So their immune system has the bacteria to fight with this bad bacteria, the corona. So guys, I'm gonna end up this because I already, well, I'm hoping that one day I can able, to connect this, the V8 condenser microphone so that after this, I can do karaoke. It's in a cross between Zero and Rice Krispie Treats. Yeah, I love karaoke. But my microphone, I already have microphone for live streaming and karaoke. Yeah, we're gonna do karaoke puts. Yeah. So I don't really go on the crowded places. I wanna have you and Frank do it song. Oh my God, what do it? Endless love. Well, it's just like we try, to testing last night puts, but this afternoon, I try, try to connect on the live streaming on Go Live directly on YouTube. It don't really work. Oh my God, I need to practice that endless love because is that Lionel Richie and Diana Rose. So Frank and Abel, because Lionel Richie and Frank voice is similar, but I cannot really. My voice is not sounds like Diana Rose. My voice sounds like Lily. Maybe I just I go to the my voice is similar similar to Carpenters. It's not too high. The which one is the alto is that the high pitch, right? And the soprano is the the low pitch soprano. Yeah. So you want to hear a sick frog in a dog barking bush. It's just like my imagination. My voice is too slow, so I need to practice that video with feelings. But you know what? It's just like I have siblings that they have nice voice. Okay, and I have a big sister that when she was in high school, she always won the singing contest, especially if we have intramurals. Um, she's winner. Will stay B. What's BG? I can sing. Maybe I need to drink. Well, maybe 2 or 3 bottles of Tanduay ice. Oh yeah. Well, my voice is, I think I just because my father talk very slow, puts. So I think I get that from him. When I talk fast, especially when I speak English, Frank don't understand me because I speak English, but my accent is Tagalog. Oh my goodness, Frank has a very Lionel Richie voice. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Ah, let's do it, endless love. Puts okay, sure. You know what? Sha, here's the thing that I was so annoyed because of my I have I already because one of the subscribers sent me a donation to buy the V8 condenser microphone, but I know that puts here that last night that we tried, so I'm gonna figure it out. Okay, I'm gonna figure it out soon. Wait for that, guys, because I'm gonna do. This is serious. I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna sing on with you guys. So I'm gonna practice. Practice. Or we can do a karaoke content, Sha, because Sharon can sing. I know, Sha, you have the voice. Actually, me and Frank, because during that time, this is so cute, and I feel that the movie that somewhere out there, who's the mouse that Frank that play and then the song is somewhere out there, and then it's just like that's that time that we do LER love story. So Frank, we always sing somewhere out there, and I love that movie. The mouse in the other side of the world. There's another mouse that waiting for him to meet. So I just like the mouse waiting for him to come here, and that's somewhere out there. So we try to sing that, but it takes long to practice that. But that's kind of a very cute song somewhere out there. I forgot the cartoon movie that it's just like the mouse is the name is yeah, it is. So I try to learn some Spanish because I love Spanish song. And I try to rap, but it's gonna be it's just like you know, my voice when I do rap is just like, putting all the dirty clothes in the washing machine and, turn it. And the agitator was crumpled with the clothes. That's my voice. Fifo. Yeah, that's the movie Fifo. Oh, it's so cute. So I'm the mouse that waiting for the, another mouse to come. Rabbit. Oh. And then it's just like, Frank just like smile at me when he heard me and I try, to rap. I love Michael Jackson's song. Yeah. And one of my favorite Michael Jackson song, Man in the Mirror. Man in the Mirror. First, because it's slow, when the chorus, oh my God, it's so fast. And I can barely sing that too fast. FIFO. Somewhere out there. That's so cute. So that's our team song, Somewhere Out There. And when Frank arrived, uh my theme song for him is He Is, because in the song that tells that he's my protector, he's my confidant, my friend, my best friend. So he is, but I think the girl that sings that, she's a black American singer, Heather Headley. He is. Yes, one of the first rap song. What do you mean one of the first rap songs? What do you mean the song He Is? I try to learn, before I sing that for him, but I don't really use to sing that oftenly, so I forgot, the tune. He is. Yeah, by Heather Headley. He is. Mine is Blowing, one of the chef rap song, A Lady's Man by Oscar Brown Jr. Yeah. Yeah. So they're the first rapper. Well, I have a lot of a black American rapper. One of my, I think top 10 list. Okay, I love Jarul. I love Jarul. Um, 50 cent, 53, 50 cents, 53, 50 cent, right? Snoop Dogg. I love Snoop Dogg. Dr. Dre. Of course, my favorite, Rick James. Not 53 Shades. 50, yeah, 50 cents. 53 Shades. 53 cents. Yeah, I love Snoop Dogg, I love Rick James. I'm Rick James. I love his expression. I love that. And then I favorite, Snoop Dogg because, I love, when I saw him dancing uh Harlem, is I like that on him. 53, not 53 shades darker in the Philippines. Okay. But the rapper I love 50 Cent. Okay. Who else? Oh, Eminem. I like Eminem. MC Hammer. I like that. Especially, actually, I like, you can touch this. And then, I think he got that from Rick James, that, super freak. Super freak. So the beat and the tone similar with, you can touch this by MC Hammer. And who else? mm, I forgot their name, but there's a lot of Black American that I love to hear. And of course, well, Tupac. Tupac. It reminds me of Average Man and Plug. He looked like Tupac. Oh yeah, back in the day that I used to share music, beat DJ, sample each other's beats. Yeah. I remember that, when I listening about, Ja Rule and Jennifer Lopez, they collab. Okay. And then, when I heard Rick James, Mary Jane, the beat and the tone is the same. And like I mentioned about, the Super Freak, and then, you can touch this by MC Hammer, it's the same. But they change the lyrics, but the sound and the beat, it's the same. Usher, yeah, I like Usher. I'm not really into the singing thing of Usher. No, I'm not really into that. But I like, the way that he dance. It's very sexy to me, very sexy. I like that about Usher. When he dance, oh my God, I can see the sexiness on, the on his body. Who else? I've tried to remember. Uh, so I love, the only white person that, I love, when do rapping is, no, I don't, I'm not really into, Vanilla Ice. Ice baby. Ice baby. Okay, Doug McNally. Hello, what's up, Doug? Puts on some Barry White and turn down the lights. Uh, I like also, the Purple Hill by, Eminem. It's just like, it's just like tells that I've been to many places, but nothing compares to this yellow and purple hail. I love that, I love that when it comes to Eminem. Eminem is just the only white man that can really similar to black rapper. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. I love that. Oh, I love Eminem. He's a legend, yeah. He's cute. And then who else? Who else? My favorite. Okay. Well, when it comes to rap, this is rap, but when it comes to black singers, I love Brian McKnight. Don't you know, guys, that Brian McKnight married to a Filipina? And one thing that Brian McKnight, his mother-in-law always cook him chicken adobo and lumpia. That's why Brian McKnight loved chicken adobo and lumpia. Well, the thing that it's just like if something that it reminds me, the song of James Brown, James Brown, that I feel good. And then sometimes when I go outside, when I do shopping or what, Frank always tells me, "How is your shopping?" And then I'm gonna tell him, "I feel good." So good. Oh, I had no idea Brian McKnight was blessed with a, yeah, he is. They've been married for long years, Poots. And Brian McKnight, is one of his interview that how he proud of his mother-in-law, because he loved his mother-in-law, because like I mentioned that the Filipina mother-in-law always cook him lumpia and then chicken adobo. That's the way. Well, it reminds me that the movie of the Austin Power. That's the way. I like it. The gold member. That's crazy. K Kissy K Sunshine Band. Kissy and the Sunshine Band. And well, I like also the other guy, but Shaggy. I love Shaggy. I can see the naughty, the naughty side of Shaggy. I like that when it comes to black people do rap, because I can see not only Shaggy, Shaggy, Shaggy. It really it makes me it's fun to see the rapper that has a little a flirty act on the stage. Yeah, Shaggy. The with David Craig, the "It Wasn't Me." I like that. It wasn't me. Wasn't you, wasn't me. That's I like that. James Brown, of course. I like also, well, this is, the old black singers. I like Ray Charles. I'm so admired because, here's the thing that, Ray Charles is a blind man, like, Stevie Wonder. They're very talented. They can play piano really well. It's just like, they but when it comes to, the sense of hearing is better than, the sense of sight, because they're very good on that. So yeah, I like that also. And when I watch, the life of Ray Charles, my God, there's a bad side about, the life of Ray Charles, because he was so addicted about, the, what do you call the drug, the thing that, the drugs that, he inject. But still, he's very talented. And one thing that, he was, that's why, the song from Georgia, because he was banned that in Georgia. It's just like recently that, that he proved. And then, so that's the song that he created, the Georgia. Oh, I love that. I love the story about Ray Charles. The rap that I don't understand is that they respect the ladies, calling them who, and well, yeah, that's the thing that, like, now that the new generation of rapper Dog McNeely, they, I don't, you don't, there's no story. Heroin, yeah, the heroin, yeah, he was so addicted of heroin. Ray Charles, I'm talking about Ray Charles. And yeah, I agree what you said, because especially new generation of, rapper, when you hear, because, Frank told me that time that, it's prohibited, okay, uh that you can say that, whole, fuck, beaches, or, things like that, as but now you can hear it oftenly, that it's just like the, I'm not really into that, into that, even though, that's famous songs, but, I have to look at it first, the lyrics, before I sing that. Because if it's not, it reminds me of, the series that we watch, um the Soprano. And I like, the soundtrack, it's every time, we play that. Excuse me. I just get up in, in dance. I don't care, what step is that, but, I just go on the beat, because I love the rhythm, and, the bit. And then when I told Frank, what's the title of that, the soundtrack of Soprano, the series in HBO Go. Oh my God, when I found out, oh, I stopped listening that, because it's so violence, no good. So I'm very, I'm the type of person that, I'm very into the lyrics. But, here's the thing that, for those, like, that's what we call Dog McNally, Frank, the blues songs. It's just like, similar to rock. But you can tell that, there's a story, there's a story that, it real happens. Okay, if, like a lot of songs of Ray Charles, it happens in his real life. So yeah, I love that, I love to listen that, the song that has meaning, the song has story. Like that's why I love the New Kid in Town. One of my, it's just like, from the Eagle. I think that's the Eagle band. I love the New Kid in Town. So I love, the story. And when it comes to black music, oh, I really, it's, I really, I really love that, because like I said, there's a story, there's a story about that. That's why, I learned a little bump, a bump. But you know what, guys, the bump is just like a very, it's just like a basic dance step for black people, okay? But here's the thing, it's so lousy, okay? It's so lousy if you cannot timing on the beat, even though that's very simple. All you have to do just bump, or that, there's a move. But if it's not, if it's not timing on the beat, oh, very lousy. When I was stage and I worked for BB King, he was one of the nicest men that I ever met. Who's BB King? I have no idea who's BB King. I love also, the Temptation. I love their song, especially, My Girl, we, me and Frank, we used to, when I, when I sing that, I got sunshine in a cloudy day. And then, Frank will continue that. And then, we just sing on the, we just sing on the chorus. It's fun, it's fun. That's why, I'm so frustrated when it comes to, microphone. It won't work. My goodness, for just for Santo, just me. BB King, the man with the song called Lucille. Lucille. Well, I gotta. Okay, I'm gonna look that who's BB King. And then, when it comes to, if you woke up early in the morning, I woke up early in the morning, I sleep good, I feel good. I feel good. So I love to play the song of, the What a Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong. Oh, I love that song. Very, very, it's just like, very friendly, and very, very nature song. I love that, my goodness. Yeah, yeah, Louis Armstrong. Yeah, because, it's just like, especially, on the lyrics thing, I saw people shaking hands, tell how do you do, and then, one of the, on the wonderful word, the color of the rainbow, so pretty in the skies. So, oh my God, even though you can tell that Louis Armstrong, he's not really good. He's not really good to deliver, but you can tell that, he sing that song, uh, uh, with, with feelings, came from his heart, and you can tell that, it's so amazing. I love that. I love that song. And one, actually this one, one of my favorite song that, nothing's compare. Actually, that's Prince. He's the one who write that song. That's his song. But when it comes to Prince, when he sing that, is not as good as the who's the singer of that Frank. The woman that she passed away few months ago. Yeah, that's the way that she delivered the song, and you can see on her eyes that she was really hurt. Shan O'Connor, Connor, yeah, she passed away a few months ago. Yeah, Sean O'Connor. Yeah, things like that. Cause yeah, I love that. I like also Prince when he sing that, nothing's compared, because that's his song. That he's the one who made that. But the way that Shan O'Connor when she delivered that, you can really tell that. Oh my God! Actually, that's song for a man. But she's saying that some of the words they changed so that it will belong to a woman. They're gonna tell this is belong to woman. But when it comes to Prince, that thing, it really, when Prince sing that, it really tells that it's for the man's song. So I love that. My God, I wish that I have huh Sean O'Connor, especially that I see. No, the best part of that song, the lyrics, Shanae, Shanae O'Connor. Okay, Shanae O'Connor puts Shanae O'Connor. I love that. My goodness. Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna. So nothing compare. You know what, guys? Uh, when I sing a song, you can tell, the song that I sing, it's according the mood that I with. Yeah, my God. And that's why I can tell that's, a lot of people, when they pick the song, you can tell that, oh, there's something wrong. Or you can tell if this person is happy or unhappy, or she's sad or what. Yeah, very deep. I used to stare of her while listening the video clip on MTV. Yeah, because you can tell, she don't really move, but you can see, the eyes puts, you can tell, that, the eyes, it's really, well, they say that, the eye of beholder. So you can tell that the eyes was shown that she was hurt. Yeah, Sinead O'Connor. My God, is she British? Oh, And the best part of that, on the lyrics, I could put my arms around every man I see, but they only remind me of you. When I went to the doctor, guess what I told me? Guess what he told me? He said, girl, you better try to have fun no matter what to do. But he's a fool, because nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Okay, so there's the other lyrics that I really like. Wait, hold on. Okay, here's the thing. It's all the flowers that you planted, Mama, in the backyard. All died when you went away. So I love this part of the lyrics. I know that living with you, baby, was sometimes hard, but I'm willing to give it another try. But the man doesn't like anymore. So that's why she said, nothing's compare to you. It's just like, also for men, they change, like, like I said, when Prince sing this, they change some words that belong, it refers to men. Okay. And then when Sinead O'Connor sing this, they change the word to refer to her or to women. But there's a sad story about this, this woman. She really fucked up her life. Yeah, that's nice. Well, when it comes to Spanish song, uh, well, I'm not really into the Ricky Martin thing, but I love, you know, uh, the song of Enrique Iglesias, Bailando, Breathless Soul. Yeah, most women find that out after it's too late. Well, sometimes, okay, if I have free time and I don't want really to deal with, with the internet or TV, I just go on on the bed, close the door, hide the air condition, cover, sleep under the blanket and comforter and enjoy, I just imagining, the music that, music that I listening, because I really love, to visualize, the lyrics. Yeah. As vice versa, Frank, it's hard to find a good woman. Yeah, like, that's why, for those men on the live chat, that I don't know if you still remember what I'm said, that if you find, okay, for men, if you find a good woman, take care. Don't let other men stolen that from you if you find a good one. Same with a woman. If you find a good man, take care of that man. Don't let woman steal that from you, because it's hard to find a good one. Because a lot of men, when they realize, okay, because it's just like, they're not really serious, and then there's so many women's that, she he or she pick for that. So they don't really give value this women, and then at the end of the day, he or she realized that this man is, you know he's a good man, or this woman is a good woman. But it's too late, because somebody get that from you, because you don't take care of that. Yeah, secure and melt the K into the wedding. Well, it's just like puts, know the person well. The wedding thing is just followed, but the best, or the one thing that you can do, is to know the person well. Okay? If this person can stand the smell of your shit, this person can stand the smell of your fart. If this person can stand that, that's the good person, to marry. Oh, you know, guys, don't feel ill, because I just example the smell of, the smell of the shit and the smell of the fart. Ah, but that is true. Okay, if you love the person, here's the thing, that's my explanation why I say that. Because no matter what, the what do you call that, the I mean, what do you call that? I forgot, the English term for that is the I have to take this men's sides. Because here's the reason why I say that, guys. Because, okay, if this person, men and women, cannot stand the smell, okay, they're gonna irritate. They're gonna irritate you, okay? So they look like you're no good, okay? But if this person can't stand of the smell of, the thing that I mentioned, they will understand, because it's the part of process that, he or she accept that, that's given, that you will smell something. Okay, but some people, they don't understand that, they can't stand for that. Okay, so it's just like, if this person, okay, it's suddenly you fart accidentally. Okay, if this person don't love you, they're gonna tell you, oh, you have no manners, you have no etiquette, especially it's suddenly that, sometimes it happens that, you cannot control about that. And then, in the restaurant, you eat it, all of a sudden, you fart with no intention. But this person cannot stand on you. They're gonna tell you, oh, I don't want to go with you on the next day, because you have no manners. Ew, it's so, disgusting. Okay, because they cannot stand for that. But if the person can stand with that, they will tell, it's okay, sweetheart, it's okay, honey, I understand, because we're human. But some men and women don't understand that. Okay, so I don't need to elaborate, the explanation about that, but that's the way I look at it. Digital love perfume. That's why, it's just like sometimes, for me, okay, so if I'm in the toilet, if I do number two, I tell Frank, no, don't open the door, okay, because I'm due number two. And then he tells me, it's okay, sweetheart, I can stand the smell of your, but I have to warning him first, because of course I respect him also, that I don't want to share that smell on him, even though I know that he can stand for that. But he still exists that he will go inside and get something there. So he don't want wait for until I'm done there. So you can tell that this person is loyal and willing to willing to stick on your side, because this is real talk, guys. If this person cannot stand, it means that they don't like you. The only thing that they like you, maybe because of your money. I'm not saying all women, but some, okay, but some, okay. I'm not generalize women, whether Asian women or European or Westerners, okay. Okay, I'm not generalized, but some they do. That's real talk. So it's hard to find a good one. If you find a good one, take care. Okay. But the only thing, for those men and women, if you know that your partner loves you and take care of you, okay, don't too spoil for that, okay? Because some, they forgot that, they know that, oh, I love this person, and then suddenly they change. Okay, so I'm gonna end up this 3 hours. I really want to talk online. Going through my conscience, 'cause it's not my fault. When you let me down, take it from me. Don't fall for those innocent and sweet tongue. What I mean sweet tongue, not the literal tongue, sweet. The not only men, also women. Don't really fall for the sweet words of this people. Okay, if you really find the, because there's still a lot of Western men fall for that. Because I don't know, guys, for those on the live chat, if you're watching Sunshine Shoulder, that was so, my God, this white man, I thought that, the woman is young, she's 53. And this man, it's about, well, early 60s. And he's sending money to this Filipina without, he even know that person well. Okay. My God. I will stay this for men after working a hard job to take care of a woman and sharing his money. After she wants to break up, if her, I have never broke up with woman that didn't want to come back. Well, it's just like, they're not really serious to deal with that consequence because, like me, if I gonna, like, I'm married to you. Okay, this is for lifetime. The only thing that we can separate Frank is the death. Okay, is the death. And if there's a chance that, if there's a chance that I can able to marry again, I'll gonna choose or pick you again. I don't have table yet. Okay, Serge, why you don't have a table? I thought that you have table. Always picnic. You know what, guys? For those, puts, we can do picnic, in Tagaytay. My God, Tagaytay City, it's nice. That's a little Baguio. That's a little Baguio, puts, and then you can see the beauty of the Taal volcano, and then there's a hut there that you can able to do barbecue or cook food. Oh my God, I miss that thing. How much the entrance there? Just only 50 pesos. Very cheap. Bring things that you want to cook on the we call that picnic group. That's in Tagaytay City. It's so cool. Like, that's a little Baguio puts. Oh my God. You can eat, because on the street, on the highway, there's a fruits and vegetable, there's a plants, for sale for those, tourists that wants to buy, souvenirs. There's, oh my God, it's nice. I miss go picnic. Surge. No, I'm moving to a new house in 12 days. I'll have a table. Okay. Well, it's okay because actually it's good, to sit on the, on the floor while eating. It's really Japanese. One chair. You know what? Even though that only me and Frank we have a big table, the folding table, there in my porch. So how many person can able to sit that? 10? For now, the table is my desk. Okay. Well, just, well, it's okay. Where state you move, Serge? Are you here in the Philippines? Serge, serio. So I hope that I can able, to fix this microphone. Because who wants me to sing online, guys? Who wants to sing? Okay, so now there's a 7 on the live chat. Say number 1 and number 2 if you want me to sing online. But let me fix my microphone. Moving on the south of Paris. No, okay. Is the rent in Paris is cheap? Girly, girly. Oh, girly, girly. What do you mean, girly? La 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 la. That's a girly, girly. Okay, hold on. Let me see. The dog will start to bark. Contrapilo. Okay, so I'm gonna close the camera. Oh, no camera. You can see me. You can see me. Akala niyo, huh? Akala niyo, huh? Okay. I have one of my favorite. I don't know for those. I don't know for those. Are you fan of Anne Murray? Anne Murray. I love Anne Murray. Hey, nako. Frank doesn't want me to sing. For Santo. Oh. So now I have four on the live chat. It starts getting smaller, smaller. I'm not yet seeing first. Oh my goodness. Call you. Sing it, Lily. Okay. What puts, Frank. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay. But my microphone is not working. Okay. Mm, Let me see. Frank, get ready. Close your ear. I close your cover your ears. I mean, dreaming. I must be dreaming. Or I'm really lying here with you, baby. You take me to your arms. I don't when I wilt away. I know a dream is coming true. I just fall in love again. Just one touch and then it happens every time that I go. I just fall in love again. When I do, I can't help myself. I fall in love with you. Magic, it knows magic. Where I hold the night that seems to fly. Easy for you to take me to your side. Having that moment when I look into your eyes, and I just fall in love again. Just one touch and then it happens every time that I just fall in love again. And when I do, I can't help myself. I fall in love with you. I can't help myself. I fall in love with you. My God, Frank. Oh, Frank. Sing it ours on the. Oh, just me. Oh my goodness. So I wish that Frank can able to fix my microphone. Oh, this one is mm, mm. Pag nakikita ko ang mga ngiti nila, yan ang best part ng araw ko. Pero ngayon, covers PH. Okay, this for everyone. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they long to be close to you. Why do stars fall down from the sky every time? Oh my God, Frank is smiling. They long to be close to you. On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create dream come true. So this spring, come on and sing your hair of gold and streak your eyes of blue. That is why all the girls in town follow you all around. Just like me, they long to be close to you. Do-do. Stevie Wonder, I just called to say I love you. On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create dream come true. So they sprinkle waters in your hair, a golden streak in your eyes of blue. That is why all the girls in town follow you. Just like me, they long to be close to you. Just like me, they long to be. Another song that meant for a man. Close to you. James Brown living in America. Okay. I don't know that. Okay, so I don't know for this, I love this song.
New Baggy Carry. May 12 Asian spices na may anghang at sarap. Get carried away. Dapat yung gagawin mo is not only for yourself, syempre you have your family na. That's one thing na
Muddy Waters. Okay. So this, I love this song from Beatles. Hey Jude. Oh, wait, it's not the one that I'm looking for. Actually, Bob, I always requested to shooting Emmy Star, Jude. He always sing this for me.
covers PH.
Let's sing, Frank. Hey, Jude, don't make I. It's piano. It's too slow. I just called to say I love you. Here we go. No, I wait. Sorry. No New Year's Day to celebrate. The chocolate covered candy horse to give up. The song to sing. In fact, there's oh, I lost. No April rain, the flowers bloom. The wedding Saturday within the month of June. Whoa, whoa. But what it is something true. Made of these three words that I must say to you. I just go to, I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the top. To say I love you. Oh yeah. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, of my heart, of my heart. Thank you. You still able to listening with me, guys? You're not irritated with my voice? Somebody. Oh my goodness. Well.
Nagbabago na ang katawan natin at age 50 plus. Kaya we take Centrum Silver Advanced to help protect our memory, heart, immunity,
Oh, thank
and
you, thank
more.
you. Thank you. Serge. Okay, so this is my favorite from Eagles, New Kid in Town. I love, the they're stuck on the street, sounds so familiar. Great expectation, everybody's watching you. People you never seems to know you. Even your old friends treat like you're someone new. Johnny come lately, the new kid in town. Everybody loves you, so don't let them down. Look in your eyes, the music begins to play. Hopeless romance, here we go again. But after a while, you're looking the other way. It's those restless hearts that never end. Johnny come lately, the new kid in town. Everybody loves you, So don't let them down. Okay, thank you for coming, Dave. There's so many things you should have told her. But night after night, you're willing to hold her, just hold her. Tears on your shoulder. There's still the street, there's to remind me that it doesn't matter which side you're on. You always. Oh my god. Well, what do you mean? What do you, of course, if everyone, but it's not, it's not. Um, oh my God, Dave, leave my cat alone. There's new kid in town. Just another new kid in town. Well, yeah, please. Okay, don't so harsh to anyone. We just here, we just enjoy our companion. Okay. Well, do I? Well, it's just like I'm just making fun with the song. It's okay, Dave. Don't tell the cops. I'm murdering the songs. Okay. Everybody talking new kid in town. Oh, Jesus Christ. For those cannot stand my voice. Okay. Feel free to leave. Okay. Yeah. Now taking the Lord's name in vain. Why? Well, it's just like, here's the thing that, when it comes, the Lord or, thing, we cannot really, it's just like, Lord is a very private, you know, we cannot talk that, we just talk that by ourselves, just keep it in your heart once you talk to the Lord. Okay. Everyone sing. Yeah. But I'm ready, Frank, if somebody, if Boodle, boodle. What do you mean, boodle, boodle? Dave. Are you okay, Dave? I'm ready, I'm prepared, because I murdered. Is this, my case? I murdered the song. Ah. Pagtarong diha. Pagtarong. Well, you know what, guys, Margaret. Hello, Live Live It says love from England. Okay, thank you for coming, Margaret. How is the weather in England? I can see the snow, especially in the United States. My God, and I can see that on the news that they said that negative 36 in Chicago, Illinois, and in New York also. But I don't know oh my God, 10 feet snow here. Cause and then in the States, there's a winter storm. My God. And there, there's a casualty because of too much, too cold. Lots of snow in the Scotland, in Ireland, but just very cold in England. Oh my God. But you know what, Margaret, here in the Philippines, it's so warm. And I'm still wearing summer clothes. I live in the planet Mars. Oh, Dave, if you live in the planet Mars, you burn. You burn in the planet Mars. Marites time. You're chismoso, huh? You're chismoso. He wants. What do you want me to sing, Puts? Just tell me. Carpenters. I don't care that if I gonna murder again, carpenters. Where has his where where has his gone? Okay. So what do you want me to sing, Puts? I'll try my best. Just only carpenters. Okay. Don't. Uh, Shy is not really a thing. Okay. Slim Shady. My God. Please end up. Please end up. You're crazy, Puss. Ah, maybe I gonna triple murder. I'm gonna triple murder the Slim Shady. Ah, but you know what? I really appreciate Serge. Even though that I murdered the song. I appreciate your donation. I don't expect that. Okay. So I'm just frustrated, to sing with my microphone. But guys, I work for that so that my voice is not really sounds like murderer. Ah. So if you are not shy, you can show your face. Simple logic. Well, I already shown my face. Okay. You want to see me? Because I'm wearing eyeglasses. I'm a bit shy, to show the world that I'm wearing eyeglasses. Ah, sounds good, Poots. Slim Shady. Well, I'm gonna murder that triple murder. Okay, let's do Marites here na lang. Okay. Killing Me Softly, Refugees, Top of the World. Okay. No, I'm here. So I'm just wearing my eyeglass because I'm not shy, Dave. Okay. So song request One Moment in Time by Whitney Houston. My goodness. Don't give me a hard time, Dave. I have to climb on the 25th floor so that I can get, the high pitch of Whitney Houston. Don't give me a hard time for that. Okay? So maybe I can stand. No, no, no. Don't give me a hard time for that. My voice is just like, I'm singing is just like to make fun. Okay? I don't make it this, into the, uh, uh, career, just anyone deserve, to sing. But it's just like, I don't want you, that's a few, a few songs that, I don't really I already sing the close to you. Okay, I'm gonna sing that if you're gonna send me donation. As simple as that. I already sing that, Dave. Okay. So I don't want to get irritate people listening on me or watching. Oh my goodness. And Frank told me, Audrey, my wallet is empty. My jowa has taken all my money. What? I hear the sun. Okay. Move to the next chapter on your life. Is that a song title or the fact, Dave? Fact. I feel sorry for you, Dave. Okay, guys, I'm gonna sing that, if my microphone, a microphone, I'm gonna fix that. Okay. My God. Only two hard boiled eggs. Okay. Eggs for my breakfast today. I will take my wife. She is in. I will text my wife. She is fired. What do you mean fired? I think, two egg. Don't don't eat a lot of, hard boiled, because the cholesterol, Bob. I think, they advise at your age you can eat hard boiled egg once a week. No thanks. Well, no thank you. No thank you, Dave. Well, oh my God. Jacket hose. I already, Oh my God, please, please. Okay, so I don't really, I don't really to argue with that because, this is, this is the judge. This is what you call, the daddy's finger, daddy's finger. Where are you? Here I am, here I am. You know what I mean, Poots? This is my, my daddy's finger. I, don't, please, don't underestimate my daddy's finger. Oh my goodness. Here I am, here I am. Uh, yeah. You have daddy's finger too? You have daddy's finger too, Poots? It really worked. It really worked, my daddy's finger. Oh. You know what, guys? I'm so happy because I'm gonna do Marites, okay? Because my New Year's resolution is not to eat a lot. I'm so glad that I'm on the 10 days, okay, 10 days, and I can see that I can see that my belly starts to. I really want I really want to go back. My not the same as when I was when I was uh, single. And guys, for those ones to be lucky, the lucky color is yellow, golden, and green. You can buy, like, your sling bag or your backpack, or you can buy, like your t-shirt, your pants with, with yellow or green. That's the wood of dragon. Lucky color is yellow, golden. This is yellow. I think this, no, this is not golden. The orange, like that. So that's gonna be gonna be lucky. Okay. So guys, if you have mother's finger or daddy's finger, be careful, control of that, okay? Control about, your mother's finger and daddy's finger. Because if you cannot control that, it's gonna be, it's gonna be, but seriously, guys, so I'm gonna, okay, 47. So I'm gonna end up this, I'm gonna end up 10 minutes more. I'm gonna end up this 4 hours. Okay. Well, it's just like, I'm enjoying, I'm enjoying talking with you guys. I'm not really into that, on the thing that, because I don't want to get, uh, what you call that, upset, because you don't really like when I get upset. That's the thing. Lilibet, how flat do you want to belly? Shakira flat? No, it's not Shakira flat. Because here's the thing, Puts. The reason why I really love, to buy blue jeans. That time, when I was, in my, my, like in my 40s. Okay. Well, I'm still in my 40s, like, early 40s. When I asked the sales lady, okay, can you give me the 28 or 27 or 28? Okay. Hey sis, did I do something wrong? And in that time, it's easy for me. Oh my God, it's just like I'm gonna, once I fit that, okay, I just gonna pick. Oh, what color I really want? Black, blue, or sky blue or white. That's the only problem that I choose. The color, and then now that my everything goes big. My thigh is big, my hips is big, in my belly. Oh, I really, I still eat a lot. I still, I mean, not a lot. I mean, I still eat, food that I eat, but only I need is, just to control. So, like before, I eat like 1 or 1.5 cup of, white rice. Now I just really go on to the, sometimes I don't eat rice. I just eat cornbread. Okay, so if I gonna eat rice, just only half. Okay, just only half. And then I more onto eating like vegetable, or fish, or I'm not really into the chicken, because if I like, this is, I have allergy on chicken. Okay, if I, even the egg, if I eat like um uh successive, days, like 3 days successive, chicken, whether any kind of, in any kind of menu from chicken, I start itchy. So I think, once I feel itchy, that especially that, it starts on my head. Okay, so I thought that I have dandruff, but it's not. And then, starts on my skin, here on my arm, and then my legs. And this is the thing that, my allergy, it's, when it's attacking my allergy, once I eat chicken, the more that I scratch, the more it's itchy. Okay, even though sometimes that, I'm just crazy about scratching, because it's still itchy because of the allergy thing, even though it's bloody. Okay, sometimes, I'm just scratch. Sometimes I don't cut my nails, so I have a little nails, and when I scratch, oh my God, feel good, and I cannot really stand, the itch, because I have allergy on chicken, so I have to eat chicken. So if I have allergy, so it's just like yesterday I eat fried chicken, and then Frank told me, "Oh, you have allergy," but I already stopped eating for 4 days. So I don't eat chicken every day, because my allergy, it's trigger my allergy. My God, it's so itchy. Puts, the more that I scratch, when I'm my allergy is trigger, even though it's bloody, it's still itchy. Even though I spray alcohol, when I scratch, oh, it's still itchy. So that's the thing. I don't really want to take medicine for allergy. Before, yeah, I take Celistomin for allergy, and I don't want to my body used of medicine. So I want the healing process natural. So yeah, I just still eat, but I just avoid to eat the small amount only. So if I eat cornbread, no rice. Okay, if I eat rice, I just eat half cup, half cup. Even though that, oh my, at first, first 2 or 3 days, I can't really stand. But when I get up, I want to eat something, but in my mind, I have a strong determination that no, you have to stand what you promise. So yeah, I can still able to eat what I eat, but just like a small amount, because oh my God, I just bought, I have how many blue jeans that I got? One, two, three. I just wear that twice, okay? Because because the food that I ate, no limit, and I can barely, wear, I can, it won't fit on me, especially on my thigh. My God, it's so. So I have, I have to sit aside that, blue jeans. So I have to lose weight, and um before, 2 years ago, I do workout every day, but now I don't know, it's just like, I'm lazy to do workout. Sometimes I don't, and I just ride on my bike, riding on the bike, go around. I do that 30 minutes, but sometimes I'm lazy. Blue jeans shrink, and though, yeah. So I don't really wear, jeans now, because, here's the thing. Okay, when I buy, okay, it's so hard, it's so hard to find the blue jeans boots that, it fits on. Okay, it's okay on your, it's okay on my thigh, okay, and on my hips. But when it comes to my waistline, it's big. So if it's I take, the right size of the, the blue jeans, it won't fit on my, on my thigh or legs. So it's hard. So usually I wearing dress. I don't like, the spandex, because, it's just like it won't last. Especially I ride on the motorcycle. I want, the thick blue jeans, because that's only protection. Also, if in case, the bike will fail. I don't like, the now I can see that majority of the blue jeans in the mall here in the Philippines puts, it's spandex. I don't like that. Oh yeah, rocket science to me. So I have a lot of clothes now that I don't, how many bucks there that, I set aside. I have a lot of clothes that I don't wear, because, I gain weight. Oh yeah, actually, one of them, Frank blue jeans. He gave that to me, but I have to alter that, because it's too long for me. Okay, he's 6 footer, and then me, it's just like a 5'4". So I need to go to the mall and alter that. That's I wear that, if we ride together on the, motorcycle, because, well, here there's a mandatory that, you have to, there's a dress code when you ride on the motorcycle. But some Filipino, they don't follow that. But me, I'm very obedient citizen, so I have to wear that, blue jeans that Frank gave me. But when I look at the mirror, Frank, look at me, I'm so big. My God, I can't. First time I saw that, when sometimes, in the mall, the glass window. I can see my face. Oh my God, especially when I wear the blue jeans. Oh my God. I told Frank, look at me, look. So some of my clothes that, I don't really want. So I give that, there's the admin here in my building, there's a, if there's typhoon, there's a donation that tenant and owners here can able, to donate food or money, and pre-love clothing. So I give some of those, because that's very impossible, because before, my size, okay, my size is small and medium. Okay, so when I wear small, just right, but I need a little, that blouse and t-shirt, okay, small and medium, either, the small is just right, but I want a little allowance, so I pick, medium. Oh my God. The medium is no longer that. So I have, my size now is large. Okay, large. That's my size now, large. Yeah, yeah. Well, for me, well, actually, puts, Frank told me that I'm not fat, okay. But for me, I don't know. I feel because I'm not used of my body, the size like this. For me, I feel fat, okay. You can say that, when I was, when I'm very, slim, slim, slim. So. And also, I'll try, to do that, also for my health, because I'm no longer spring chicken. I have to be careful because my metabolism, okay, works slow now. I think that's why, uh all the nutrient that my body was so squeezed, unlike when I was young, my metabolism worked fast, okay. But now my metabolism starts to become lazy just like me. Actually, my weight, that's how many, I don't know how to convert that in pounds. So I'm 70 kilograms. How many is that in pounds? That's my weight, okay. 70 kilogram. And well, yeah. Well, I don't know. That's the thing. 300 pounds? How many kilo is that? Well, it's just like, of course, it's nice also to see that, you're not really, well, I don't really want to become, super thin, okay? Huh? No. I'm just only 70 kilograms. 70 kilograms. So how many pounds is that? So is that 2.5? 2.5. I don't know how to convert that into pounds. Yeah. So I want to lose that 70. I might I really want to 60 or 65. 60 or 65. But I don't want also to say that it's just like I'm just look like I look like bone that covered with the skin. I don't want that. I don't want Frank well well sliced on my ribs. 70 is 54 pounds. Yeah, because before my weight that time I was 63 kilograms before I get married. Okay, Serge, thank you so much, for your donation. I really appreciate it. I don't expect that, okay? It's just like, when I sing that, just just to make fun, because I already done talking. So thank you, and I appreciate that. So okay, so now it's already 4 o'clock. 4 hours. So I would like to thank for those stay on the live chat. Thank you so much, guys, especially Poots. Thank you, Poots, for coming, and those for those Serge. Thank you also, and Bob. Thank you, Bob, for always go on my studio. Thank you so much, and Margaret. Who okay, so Sona. So thank you so much, guys, and have a good day and good night to everyone. Bye.